One last yellow. And this encounter between Aiden Joseph, aka the Ghost, and Harry Martin, aka Houdini, the escape artist, ends a 9-6 in Aiden's favor. Congratulations to Aiden. He's through to second round, and Harry Martin is left with one life. It's a double life competition, so he's not totally out. He just has one life remaining, and Aiden still has two intact, and he's through to the next round. There are other matches still underway. Lots of action happening in the house. Aiden waits to see who his next opponent will be, depending on who will win between the two that he's waiting for. In the next round, in this round, we have Family Man, aka Richard, versus Caesar. We also have Bibido versus O'Sullivan. I'm just going through the door for you guys. This is the first life draw. There's Sakala versus Masement. There's Asif Hamad versus Inspector. There's Mafana versus Jerry. There's Ishka versus Bibido. There's Dilele versus Paka. There's Bubasi versus Moses Mofia. There's Royd versus Sir Timela. Aiden Joseph versus Harry Martin. Tammy Jababu versus Ibra Sejemba. Hazard versus Ian Kazibwe. There's Malua versus Kasozi Joseph. Pila Mazambane versus Buffalo. Calvin Fikuti versus Leroy. And Jinte versus Kile. Next up on this table, we'll be watching Malvin Mukonza, aka Maluva, Zimbabwean star, versus the sharpshooter. Well, that's his nickname. He's Kasozi Joseph from Uganda. Currently seed number 1 from Uganda. He was actually taking part in the national championships last night. The Ugandans were taking part in the national championships yesterday. And he almost made it, but lost to Ceazerchandigar, his fellow countryman there. And Caesar was the eventual winner for that one. Congratulations to him. He won some Ugandan shillings that equate to 1,500 US dollars, as well as a nice brand new Subaru car. Congratulations to Ishka there for beating Pipiro 9-3 in their encounter. Pipiro now is remaining with one life, and Ishka proceeds to the next round. Maluva preparing to break here after winning the toss. It's alternate breaking, so Maluva will be breaking at all odd-numbered frames, while Kasozi will be breaking at all even-numbered frames. It's the first frame, 0-0. It's a raise to 9. Maluva breaks and fails to part. It's a dry break, opening up with a dry break. Will Kasozi clear? Nice opening of the balls. I reckon Reds might be looking a little better. But these players have a mind of their own. Let's see how he handles this. Let's see which balls he opts for.
Ginte is Ginte in. Ginte.
We have our referee there, Mr. Godfrey Mshoshi, watching on, making sure all rules are adhered to. Still frame number 1 here in a race tonight. Marvin Mukonza, a.k.a. Malua versus Kasozi Joseph, a.k.a. Sharp Shooter. Maluva's shooting away. Welcome to you all. In case you've just joined us, this is the second edition of the Patriots Pool Tournament, the 2025 edition. Last year we had 16 players for this tournament, only Zimbabweans. This time it's bigger and better with a total of 32 star players from across Africa. We have the best in Africa here, with 14 being Zimbabweans and 18 being foreigners from Zambia, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, and Malawi. High five to all that are watching. Tafadza Ko, Titenda Mungenda, Batisani Ndlovu, Kit Muzua, high five. Thank you for joining us. JSM Kiwa, supporting Maluva. Innocent Mawoko, Titenda Mashura, high five. Simbareshe Ganda, Takugasa. Thank you all for joining us. Can I get some predictions? Who do you think will walk away the eventual winner in this match? Will it be Maluva or will it be Kasozi Joseph? Can I get some predictions in the comment section? Care to share your thoughts? Who do you think will win? Will it be Maluva or will it be Kasozi? This particular encounter. Liverpool Love is predicting Maluva to win. Okay, Kasumba James is supporting Kasozi. Penyo and Diwali asking how did Aiden play. Aiden has just finished his game versus Harry Martin. That's Houdini, and Aiden won 9-6. He was training for the first half of the encounter, engaged a little bit of a handbrake, and was leading for the last part of that match and won 9-6. So Harry now has 1 life remaining. Good shooting there from Maluva. He's looking set to grab the first frame of this encounter. It's still 0-0. Remember, it's a race tonight and a double life competition. For those that don't know what double life is, it's basically 2 draws that are done for the same competition, and each player gets to be beaten twice before they totally bow out of the tournament. And lots of yummy prizes on the line here, with our first prize winner getting to walk away with $6,000, second prize winner $4,000, third place winner $2,000, and fourth place $1,000, and positions 5 to 8 walk away with $500 each. That's a lot of money. The sport is playing well. 32 professionals in the sport, very experienced, very carefully chosen and invited for this, all free of charge. Thank you to our prophet for that, and we're celebrating his birthday. Happy birthday to him, celebrating his birthday in style. Frame number 1 done. Maluva grabs that one. 1-0 it is. Penyon Diwali predicting Kasozi to win this one. Hi to Dorcas Garanga Ramwe. Hope you're enjoying the show. Frame number 2 set to commence. Kasozi about to break. Moses Shumba supporting Kasozi. Taguta predicting Maluva to win. Okay, Kasumba James predicting Kasozi to win 9-8. Nathan Thomas predicting Maluva to win. Hi to Tanenda Mashura, high five. Inside Paul ZW, high five to you, thank you for watching. And Tafadzo, are you predicting Maluva will win? Alright, Tatenda Hamandishe is agreeing with you on that one. Let's see how it goes. It's any man's game. These are 2 star players from your countries at Zimbabwe and Uganda. Tinashe Simango predicting Maluva to win. Okay, keep sharing your predictions, guys. What do you think the final score will be between these 2? Carlington Mukonya is predicting Maluva to win 9-5. Okay. Takunda Nekairo is predicting Maluva to win. Kadzai Shengubadzose is predicting Maluva as well. Okay. Most of the predictions I'm seeing so far are predicting Maluva to win. Let's see. Temba Simela also saying Maluva to win. Plaxades Mugumbati is saying double life, meaning there's another chance after this. Yes, there is another chance if you get beaten. There are 2 draws done, basically, independent draws. Think of it sort of like 2 tournaments being played at the same time. So 2 draws are done, 2 separate draws, as if it's 2 separate tournaments, although it's just one. So in the one draw, if you get to lose, you still are in the other draw. And if you then get to lose a second time, second life, then you're totally out of the tournament. So it gives you a bit of a fair chance at the money. And some have traveled from as far as Uganda. Definitely hoping for a second chance in case they mess up the first time around. They still get second time. Lucky maybe, or good. Well done there to Joseph Kasozi. Nice clearance there. Carefully mapped out. 1-1. Exciting encounter here. Nail biting, edge of your seat kind of thing. It's a race tonight. It's lit, it's on, it's happening. Ivan Singh asking one between Aiden and Harry. Aiden won that one. And the final score was 9-6 on this particular table before these two, before Malua and Kasozi. Covenant Chimbeva is predicting 9-7 to Malua. All right. Inside Pool predicting 9-6 to Malua. Tanaka Titani is predicting Malua to win. Okay. Takunda Mudodo, you're predicting Malua to win. My name is Priscilla, aka Prista Voice. I am born and bred in Zimbabwe and a big pool fan. I'm hardly a player. I can't port balls as well as they do, but I'm a very big pool fan and critic of the game. I'm a fan of both these players actually. I've watched them play in a number of tournaments. I've watched both of them win a number of tournaments as well. They're both very experienced, very good, and very professional. Takes hours and hours of training, seriousness, dedication to get to the level that they are at. And whoever walks away the winner here will be very well deserving, because we have the cream of Africa. Malua shooting away here. One of the finest players we have in Zimbabwe. Sam Meta is predicting Malua to win 9-4 and agreeing with you, Stitenda Fanzani, Simpiwe Kauta, Sebastian Samuel. All right, Jonathan Kadungure, all predicting Malua to win. Alvin Homani is saying 9-6 to Malua. Simpiwe Kauta is predicting Malua to win as well. All right. Marvin Mutakati says Malua to win. Kuzai Shingwadzose says Malua 9-5. Kasumba James is saying Kasozi would put up a show and waste it. You never know, you never know. Emmanuel Pago is predicting Kasozi win 9-4. Takunda Mudondo, you're saying this game is going to be a tight match. I agree with your prediction. I think this is going to be a very tight one. These are same age boys, so to speak, on the table. More or less equally talented, I would say. Fabrizio Panashe Maurice is predicting Kasozi to win. Richard Laxon, Malua to win, all right. Dokas Garangavamwe, the scoreline now on this table is 1-1. That's Malua versus Kasozi. Tawanda Tamaniko says it's quite a tight encounter. If form is to be relied on, Kasozi Kasozi might just edge it. However, if history holds any weight, Malua could easily take the victory. Only time will tell. Okay, all right. I think I might agree with you in some ways, except on the form bit. If you say Kasozi is the one in good form, Malua is also in good form, if I may say. They're both in good form, I think. Kasozi a little more experienced than Malua, but I think They're both in it. They're both same age scores. I think it'll be blow for blow on this one. But let's see. Let's see how it goes. But it's definitely promising to be blow for blow. Well done, Malua there. 2-1 it is. Still early days. Still too early to tell. But you never know. I'm predicting a decider personally. Or maybe I want a decider for selfish reasons. I enjoy deciders. Anyway, 2-1 it is. Malua in the lead. Ryan Mugombi is predicting 9-5 to Malua. Okay. Emmanuel Masuka says Malua has to be solid because Kasozi has lost twice to Malua in tournaments. Yes, that's true. But will history repeat itself? Let's see. Only time will tell. Like someone else rightly pointed out. Tenda Fanzani is predicting Malua win 9-4. Okay. Prosper Guri, there are several other matches currently taking place. If you're hearing some other noises in the background, there's so many matches running for currently. There's several tables here. About 10 in total, roughly 10 or so. Tables in total. And just for a rundown on other tables, we have Blessing, Bibido, aka O'Sullivan. Bibido leads 8-4. We also have Sakala versus Cement. Richard will be playing Caesar. Inspector leads 4-3 against Sifamad. Jerry from South Africa leads 8-4 against Mafana. Ishka 1-9-3 versus Pipiro. Dilele and Paka 5-5. Bubisi 6-2 versus Morphia. Bubisi leading. And Royd is leading 4-2 versus Timela. And earlier on this table, we saw Aiden winning 9-6 versus Harry. And then Calvin from Zambia won 9-1 versus Leroy. Yeah, that's a bit of a rundown on the other games that are on. But it's an exciting two-day encounter. It's only just began. We still have a long way to go. But I'm sure it'll be shaping up nicely. It'll be very exciting. Theophilus Marvelous says this is what we call streaming. Yes, very good quality streaming. I hope you're all enjoying it. It's definitely that it's happening. Quality streaming, quality players, quality entertainment. It's quality right round. Kelisa Ivan, you're asking the score. It's 2-1 in favor of Malua. Dimpo Sabaka says Malua 9-5 to win. Taguta says 9-4 in favor of Malua. All right. Okay, most of you are predicting Malua to win. Let's see. Let's see. Let's not underrate Kasozi as well. Uganda's seed number 1. Good shot there. Bit of a combination shot there from Kasozi. He has 2 yellows remaining and hoping to clear and hoping to level up the score. Dikam Zmian Lechret. I hope I pronounced your name right. You say once Kasozi tucks in his shirt, Malua must run. Okay, I wonder what's that about. But anyway, let's see. Good clearance there from Kasozi. It's 2-2. It's leveled up. I think it's going to be blow for the most part for these two players. A very tight encounter and may very well go all the way to a decider. Let's see how it goes. Kelly Kamoto. I see you there saying, can someone teach me pool? I usually play on my phone, but I'm loving the games there. I'm glad you're loving it here. It's not too difficult. Basically, I can try and give you a bit of a summary, a bit of a rundown. In summary, when you break, well, you take the first shot of the, on the table. You either pot a ball or fail to pot a ball. If you pot a ball, by pot, I mean sink. Like when a ball goes into the pocket, we call it potting a ball. If you pot one, you get to continue. If you don't, you open it, comes onto the table. And then whoever's on the table then chooses which color balls they want to play. And you choose by potting one. So if you pot the red, you're now having to finish all reds. If you pot the yellow, you have to finish all yellows. And then once you're done with your color balls, you then pot the black. That's basically in summary. Well, in a bit of layman's terms, then there are just other rules that go along that you can. I'm sure you learn as you go. If the white ball scratches, that's basically the cue ball. If it goes into the pocket, your opponent gets a free shot on a visit. So basically, they get to play twice, and we call that a free shot on a visit, and that will be a foul. You get to play a free shot on a visit. But basically, the aim of the game at the end of the day is to pot the black, and then you win one frame. And you have to win a total of 9 frames for you to be declared the winner, or you have to get to 9 first before your opponent does for you to be declared the winner. High five to you too, Paida Moyes. Totally hope you're enjoying the show. Malua here versus Kasozi Joseph. And it is a 2-2. This is the first round of the first life in a double life tournament. First day of the 2-day tournament. Thank you all for joining us, wherever you're watching us from. Thank you all for your delightful company. It's definitely promising to be lit. It's lit already, entertaining already. Full house here. Everybody's definitely enjoying them. You can see the crowd there on your screens. They're looking all hyped up, just like the players. Players looking all serious and definitely poised for that win. Malua here looking serious, looking to clear. Just has to pot his last 2 reds. I'm sure to the bottom left corner pocket, and needs to be careful about how he plays his cue ball to position it for the black. Very good clearance there from Malua. Malua, aka Mr. Apples. An apple is an informal term we use here in Africa for a break and run. A green apple is a break and finish, or break and run. And a red apple is a reverse run, a reverse dish, which is something these players dish on a day-to-day, really. They're able to execute that with ease. Looks easy though, but it's not so easy. It comes from years and years of learning, practice and dedication to get them to this level of play. 3-2 now it is in favor of Malua, Mr. Apples. Still blow for blow. Who will emerge the winner at the end of it all? Frame number 6. Kasozi said to break. Remember, it's alternate breaking. At the beginning of this encounter, they tossed, and Malua won the toss and opted to break first. So he'll be breaking at all odd-numbered frames, while Kasozi breaks at all even-numbered frames. Good break in there from Kasozi as he breaks some pots. The balls are all nicely opened up. I think Reds are a winner here, but let's see what he goes for. A little bit of a crowded setup there on the bottom right corner pocket, but he could open it up just about now as he closes table. Potting one red, opening the other. Very well done. Made this game a little easier now. Keith Muzua says this guy is being seriously beaten. Which guy are you referring to? It's blow for now. There's no player totally overpowering the other at the minute. They both have an equal chance. Scoreline not too scary for either player. It's blow for blow. Will it continue on in that fashion all the way to the end? Maybe all the way to a decider. And just like that, 2 reds remaining for Joseph. Very nice mapping there. Very nice execution. Killer finish, I think this is. I think it's home and dry. I think this will be a green apple, a break and run. Just like you guessed, Paida Moyes Tole, that is an apple from Kasozi. Well done there. 3-3, blow for blow. Blow for blow encounter. The scoreline now is 3-3. Frame number 7 about to commence with Malua set to break. That was a killer shot, by the way, from Kasozi. Nice fine cut on the black there. Potting it with ease. I love the confidence though. I love the seriousness. I love the professionalism. I love the setup. I love everything about this. Very well organized and entertaining. Chris Nyabugere says, man, I've only seen apples since I started watching this match. Yeah, that just goes to show you the level of players, the caliber of players we're watching here. They're definitely serious, definitely good, and it's definitely nail-biting, eh? Perkins Mawaya is asking, did Caesar win? Well, not yet. Yeah, not yet. He hasn't yet won his game. I'm sure you will know as soon as he's done. As soon as he's done with that. Anyway, back to the action here. Frame number 7, Malua breaks and fails to pot. And for players of this level, just potting on the break is something to celebrate. Because if you don't, there's a high chance that your opponent will come and clear. Just like in this case, Kasozi could very well come and clear. I think he'll be gunning for the red class of balls here. Failing to pot in the break is highly punishable, just like a foul. Highly punishable by these players. Punishable by clearance. Good shot there, closing table and developing the rail shot just to make it easier. An easy pot to center there as he cruises on. 5 reds to go. Not a difficult pattern there. Map out, you may pot center, then bottom right, then the 3 last balls to the corner pockets, and he should be home and dry.
Results coming through. The match between Saif Ahmad versus the Inspector. Saif Ahmad won 9-5. Saif Ahmad won 9-5 against the Inspector.
And just for a little bit of an update, in another game that's just wrapped up, that's Saif Ahmad from Tanzania versus Tendai Mbaiwa, aka Inspector from Zimbabwe. Saif won 9-5. So Inspector is out of life 1. He has 1 life remaining now. The referee just looking to check to see if that red is frozen on the cushion. He's just confirmed it is frozen. The player is just confirming the referee's assertion, and he agrees and plays on. Kasumba James says Kasozi giving me some chills. The whole game altogether is giving me some chills. Some goosebump-worthy shots I'm seeing here. Good cue ball management. Oh yeah, well done there. Very well played. And just like that, I think he's about to record a red apple. Clearing this with one visit. Very nice cue ball management there. He's down to the black, which I'm sure he'll pot with ease. And take a lead. Nash the first says it's high time you stop undermining Kasozi. Undermine him at your own risk. Undermine anybody in this tournament at your own risk. These are carefully selected top players that we are having here, that we are watching here. None of them, I assure you, none of them are to be undermined. They all have their own claim to fame here. And all star players from their countries. Nice setup here, total of 10 tables. And total of $15,000 on the line. Frame number 8 commencing. Kasozi breaking. Will he break dry? Will he pot? No, he does not manage a pot, much to Maluva's relief. And I'm sure, well, I think Maluva will record a red apple here. He definitely hopes to. It doesn't look too difficult. Will it be reds or will it be yellows? I think yellows may be looking a little bit easier. But let's see. What will Maluva opt for? Moses Carlos Jr. says, you break dry, you're as good as gone. I can't agree with you more. These players like dishing apples. They make it look like a piece of cake. Table closed as Maluva has opted for the red class of balls. I think I see why you didn't go for the yellows. There's the yellow towards the bottom right corner pocket. That one's a little bit complicated. If you're hearing some loud claps in the background, it's some fans congratulating Bobesi there. Bobesi from Swaziland, former Swaziland, which is now known as Eswatini. Congratulating him after he has beaten Morphia. So Morphia now remains with 1 life, and Boopster proceeds to the second round of life 1. Alex Musomesa is predicting Kasozi has no chance. Luva gonna win 9-6. I don't agree with you though when you say Kasozi has no chance. Kasozi is equally a good player. And I think it's a 50-50 here. I don't know how it'll end. But he definitely has a chance. They both have a chance because they're both good players. Reginald says the rest is a formality in Peter's voice, huh? Anyway, Kasozi thinking hard, yeah? Thinking and mapping out. Maybe a killer finish? Will he manage a clearance here? Unfortunate miss there by Kasozi, failing to pot that ball, and Maluva's back on the grind. Promise Mafukuza says it's like watching finals. Superb stuff here. Well, every match, I think I can assure you, will look like this, something like this. Almost like finals before finals, because we are only seeing the best of the best. We're watching star players here from all around, all across Africa. So I'm sure every match will be very exciting and very promising. It's 4-3 in favor of Kasozi. Good attempt there from Maluva. Failed to pot. Will he be punished for that mistake? Kasozi's 3 yellows are not looking too difficult. But the yellow in the pocket there, the yellow near the pocket at the bottom right corner will be the most difficult, as the bottom right corner pocket is closed off, so he has to be very, very careful about how he manipulates his cue ball to find an alternative pocket for that yellow to go into any other pocket. He's saving it for last. He has to get it right. So just for a bit of an update as to the other games on other tables, Bibido won 9-6, that's Blessing Zaruri from Zimbabwe, versus O'Sullivan, that's Ronald Kazembe. He won 9-6 in that one. That's Blessing versus O'Sullivan. Well done to Blessing there. Sif Hamad won 9-5 versus Inspector. Jeremiah 90 from South Africa, aka Ganda Ganda, won 9-4 versus Stephen Paswani, aka Mafana. Then Ishka Chimbwanda won 9-3 versus Bibido, that's Craig Nkala from Zimbabwe. They're both Zimbabweans. Pakanati Jimu versus Adriel Shamu, that's Dilele. Paka won 9-8. That ended in a decider. Then Kosinati Sihlongonyane, or aka Bubesi from Eswatini, won 9-8 versus Moses Mofia, aka Morfire from Zambia. Games are moving and cruising on pretty nicely. And it's any man's game. May the best man win. Prince Daniels, I see you asking who won between Harry and Aiden. It was 9-6. It ended 9-6 in favor of Aiden there. And back to this. Malua has just taken the break shot. Frame number 9. It's 4-4. He manages a break in pot. Position of the cue ball. Cue ball being the white ball, for those not so knowledgeable. Position of the cue ball not so ideal. The close proximity of the cue ball to the cushion makes it a little bit more difficult for a takeoff. But these are star players. Let's see what he can manage. His options are limited though. Limits his options a little more. But let's see, will it be red or yellow? What will he go for? Or he could even go for a defensive shot. That's what he's done now. He's not looking to make a pot, but leaving Kasozi in a bit of a tight position, so to speak. See what he does, rather. Letting him go for it first. He didn't have a good position. So it's a good enough decision. And Kasozi is on the table now. Fails to make that pot. Table still open and easy enough now. Much easier to close the table now for a Malua. If he opts for red, there's an easy red to center. If he opts for yellow, there's a not so difficult yellow there. Taurai Moyo says, tough opponent for Malua here. Kasozi isn't a pushover. None of them are. Nobody here in this tournament is a pushover. They all need to bring their A game here. It's lit, it's tight, but definitely entertaining. Very good use of our time here as we celebrate the birthday of our prophet Emmanuel Makandiwa. Happy birthday to him. Celebrating it with some nice cue action from our stars, our top African players here. Tyree, I see. Tyree Big Stepper, you're asking, it's a race to what? It's a race to 9, and it's not a timed match. So it ends when it ends. Just obviously the normal and usual shot clock will be applied. That's 60 seconds within which you need to execute your shot. Prince BK Daniels, you say, well-organized tournament, professional atmosphere all around. Yes, it's definitely well-organized. Everything is top-notch here, from the organization to the players to the fans. Everything is top-notch. And the shots as well, except for that shot. That was not a top shot. Unfortunately there, Malua has a scratch. Free shot and visit for Kasozi, and usually for players of this caliber, if you scratch, that means potting or sinking the white. If you scratch there, you're most likely to be punished. So many balls though clustered together. Clearance is hard. I suppose it's hard for the average or below average player like me, but for these players, it's not so difficult. Let's see how Kasozi handles this one. Kasozi looking set for a clearance here. Just 3 relatively easy yellows remaining. Well, there's no such shot as an easy shot in pool, but these players have a way of making it look easy. Looks easy enough for him, but it comes from years and years of practice and experience. But unfortunate cue ball positioning there. making it so much more difficult for a clearance from him there. What's he gonna do? Will he defend? Maybe. He could try to snooker using that yellow that's on the bottom rail there to limit Maluva's options there on the clearance. Not a bad shot. Not a total snooker, but he's made a pot difficult for Maluva here. I think Maluva is one red that is within his view of the white. That's the red that's just past the center line towards the top of your screen. And I think he knows if he fails to make a clearance here, he may very well be punished. What is he going to do? Abel Kaninga says, come on, Kasozi, we've suffered enough in the hands of Maluva. Yes, I understand what you mean. These two have matched up a few times, maybe twice from my recollection in the past, and Maluva has emerged the winner in that one. That was a difficult pot, to be fair. He tried, but he's most likely to be punished here by Kasozi. Not very easy, but doable nevertheless. Mareza Scorpion Makansi. He's saying, are you guys sure this is the same, if not EPL? If yes, I'm so proud of Ferrari. Okay, yes. Well, thank you on behalf of the organizers. They've organized a top-notch tournament here in celebration of our prophet Emmanuel Makandiwa's birthday. Very well organized. The fans are organized as well. The venue is organized. The players are organized. Everything is just top-notch. Right round. On their behalf, thank you for the compliment. As you can see, I think everything looks organized and on point. Just like the shots on point for the most part. Anyway, back to business. Maluva and Kasozi. I think it's a tight encounter between these two. I certainly see this going all the way to a decider. You never know, though. You never know. Mareza Sipo Makanti, you're missing in action here. Your horse Caesar is set to play his first round match versus Richard, aka Family Man. Lawrence Makaranga, you're asking for the results for other ongoing matches. All right, I did run through them a short while ago, some minutes ago, but probably you've just joined us, and if you've just joined us, okay, I'll give you a rundown in a bit. Let me just get to the results. Lots of games ongoing. We have 10 tables in total here. All race to 9 matches for both Life 1 and Life 2. Lots of prizes in store for these players. First place will walk away with $6,000. Second place winner, $4,000. Third place winner, $2,000. In fourth place, The winner will walk away with $1,000, and positions 5 to 8 will each walk away with $500. And registration is free, and players are being provided with accommodation, top class accommodation, lovely gourmet meals. So it's basically free for the players. All they need to do is bring their A game. So anyway, for a rundown of the results, as you requested, Bibido 196 versus O'Sullivan, Sakala 193 versus Masiment, Sif Hamad 195 versus Inspector, Jerry versus Mafana, Jerry 194, Ishka versus Pipiro, Ishka 193, Pakanati versus Dilele, Paka 198, Bubesi versus Mafia, Bubesi 198, Aiden Joseph versus Harry, Aiden 196, Pila Mazambane versus Buffalo, Pila Mazambane 194. Then Kelvin Ficati versus Leroy, Kelvin won that one, 9-1 is the final result for that one. So yeah, that was just a quick rundown of the results we have so far. And back to this table, Kasozi Joseph leading 5-4, scratches his head a little in deep thoughts and hoping to obviously map out a killer finish here. Will he deliver a killer finish? Not so easy though. He wants to bank that ball to the bottom left corner pocket. No, he actually wanted to make a cut. That was a super fine cut. I marvel at how these guys execute some of these shots with such ease. I thought that was very difficult, but he made it look so easy. Very entertaining indeed. When I grow up, I want to play like them. Anyway, good shot there from Kasozi. 4 reds to go. He leads, and there's a blow-for-blow encounter. I foresee going all the way to a decider. It's any man's game here. 2 top players they are. 2 stars are watching here. They're looking serious. None of them are looking to be under pressure. They look very well prepared, I think. Well, it isn't pressure. An old man once said to me, it's not pressure unless you're not prepared. And I think they both came very prepared to the party here. Kasozi smiling himself a little. Is the nerves getting to him? Well, I think not. I think he's got this. It's a bit difficult. Fine cut, I think, to the bottom right corner pocket. Cue ball maybe threatening to pot and center. That's giving him the hesitation a little there. But let's see. Let's see what he does. Yes, Tebogo Moloi, Pilano did beat Buffalo. And just to let you know about some of the second round matches, well, very well played there. Kasozi, that is a difficult pot. That shouldn't be a difficult pot. The next one, good cue ball management. It's easy stuff for them. After years and years of practice, they do this on a daily, and it's biscuits to them. I think it's going to be 6-4 in just about a moment. Not snookered. He's good to go. For players like myself, who are hardly players, by the way, this will be a very difficult shot owing to the close proximity of the cue ball to the cushion. But for these guys, these are basics. And I think it's certain that the black is in. It's in. It is 6-4. Kasozi extends his lead. He extends the lead to 6-4. For the first time in this encounter, he leads by 2 frames and now needs only 3. And Malua still needs 5. In the second round, well, just to give you a bit of a rundown on some second round confirmed matches, Sakala will be facing it off against Asif Hamad. Jerry Naido will be facing Ishka. Pakanati versus Bubesi. Some other matches are still to be confirmed, and somebody was asking about Caesar a little earlier. He's about to take the table number 4. On another table, he will be racing against Richard Mushobe, that's a family man. A young, very talented teenager, that is. And Caesar being about 7 years older and more experienced, with more accolades than Richard. That means Caesar would be the favorite to win this one, but you never know. Richard is actually also very talented. Let's see how it goes. May the best a man win. on your screens right now. Just getting a sneak peek of Royd Kabwe from Zambia versus Timela. Because the game between Kasozi and Malua has gone to a bit of a timeout. The players are taking a break. The game will resume in 3 minutes. So in the meantime, just for something for your eyes to feast on, we'll be watching Timela versus Royd Kabwe. Just to catch a bit of a glimpse on that action, on this action here. It's a very tactical frame here. I like tactical frames quite a bit. It helps me see how these players think, how they execute their shots, or how they worm themselves out of impossible looking situations, how they worm their way out and towards the black. Timela, a young player from Mutare, a town on the eastern side of Zimbabwe. This is Royd Kabwe, a star player from Zambia, the capital Lusaka. Timela shooting away here on the yellows, nicely taking his time and hoping to clinch this. Cameras just moved to table number 4 to catch a bit of the action between Richard and Caesar. This is the lag, the toss. The referee is just explaining a few rules to the players or having a bit of a discussion with the players. I think Caesar won that toss. I think they're just trying to confirm that.
Malua, your timeout is up. Those close to him, kindly call him back. Sakala versus Massimen, the match ended 9-3 in favor of Sakala.
All right, timeout is done. The players are just taking a bit of a break. Action resumes. Ooh, unfortunate break there. Scratching on the break after what would have been an otherwise good break there. Balls nicely open up. Just for a bit of an update on the table. Sakala versus Vasiment. The game is done and Sakala has won 9-3. Featured on the visit here for Kasozi on an open table. Let's see if he's opting for reds or yellows. I think he's opting for the yellows. After that unfortunate scratch by Malua. That gives Kasozi a much better chance of extending his lead to 7-4. Table closed and the yellows it is. 6-4 it is in favor of Kasozi here in a race to 9. Kasozi now needs 3 frames, and Malua needs a 5. Unfortunate miss there by Kasozi. It mapped out his pattern pretty well. Malua eagerly jumps up from his seat there. Definitely happy and glad he has another chance survival as far as this frame is concerned. We passed the halfway mark now. It's getting a little threatening. He still has a chance to recover, but it's a little threatening now. As we inch closer to the finish line, Kasozi's leading. Good shot there, pot in the red. Not a very good position. I think the 2 options he has here will be to pot to the top left corner pocket, or a bit of a rail drive with the red closest to him, to the bottom right, or a snooker. And snooker it is. Not too difficult for Kasozi to escape. What will be difficult here would be to make a pot. So it's a good enough shot there by Malua. Trying to ensure that Kasozi does not clear the frame. The referee has confirmed that Kasozi is going cushion first because he's snookered and he gets his ball, which is easy enough to do. However, fails to make a pot, and Malua is back. Careful and steady potting there from Malua. He could very well run this frame. For his sake, I hope he does. In order to lessen any pressure he may be feeling here. But sometimes I feel these players hardly feel pressure. Or some of them are just very good at not showing it. They're very well composed anyway. 4 reds to go here. This may be a done deal. Pot to the top center there, then the bottom right corner pockets. Potting those 2 reds to the same corner pockets. Then lastly, the red closest to black. I think that's the pattern he's going for here. Ooh, and he's failed to make a pot. These players are giving each other too many chances here. More chances than I would have expected of them. Will Kasozi clear? It's highly likely.
Attention, can the following car owners with registration number AGQ 6056, AGQ 6056, that's a Toyota Hilux, and the Honda Fit AFT 0001, AFT 0001 Honda Fit. Can you go and see Giant? You need to create some space for someone else to live.
And just like that, the black is down. He's further extended his lead to 7-4. Leads by a whole 3 frames. It's getting a little tense here. 11 frames down out of a possible 17. Now Kasozi needs 2, while Malua needs a 5. So in essence, if Malua is to have any hope to making it to the second round, he needs to win 5-1, worst case scenario. It's getting a little tighter, but definitely not impossible. Let's see how he handles it. Frame number 12, Kasozi said to break. The ref is just raking the balls. And let's see how it goes. Will he break and pot? Malua is certainly hoping he doesn't.
The match between Roy Kawe versus
And Kasozi is hoping to just wrap this up. Well done to Royd there, just 197 in favor of Aser Timela. Royd Kabwe from Zambia cruises through to round 2 of life 1. Good break there from Kasozi, well done. Breaking and potting one red there. Cue ball positioning, however, not so desirable. What plan can he make? Kasozi cruising on in the reds here. Will he record another apple? Maybe fine cut to center now, to the center on the right. Just needs to be careful not to snooker himself. If the cue ball strikes those reds, the yellows to the left of the screen, might end up in a bit of an undesired position. Well done there, good position. He didn't mess that up for himself. Good position for a clearance. The black, though, a little tricky. He keeps checking it out, keeps glancing at the black, thinking of how best to open that up. How to deal with that black, though.
Attention, Wonder Fit, AFT 4595, AFT 4595, Wonder Fit, Wonder Car, can you go and see guide in the parking bay? AFT 4595.
Ooh, not enough cue ball movement there. He'd hoped for the cue ball to go past the black, so he could possibly pot that black to the top right corner pocket. Plan B, maybe. It's going to be very difficult still to make a pot. Where does he hope to take that black? Okay, Tatinda Mashoraisi asking for the scoreline. It's 7-4 in favor of Kasozi, and it's a race to 9. Didn't manage the pot, but intention noted. It was worth a try. Malua back in business now. With a lot less traffic, no more reds on the table. It must be easier for him now to clear this, but will he manage to? Rachel Mbewe, high five to you. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're enjoying this. Who's your horse? Is it Kasozi or Malua? Who do you think actually will clinch the first prize at the end of this tournament tomorrow? Who will walk away $6,000 richer? Of the 32 players we have here, who do you think will clinch it? It's any man's game, really. Malua carefully mapping it out, hoping to execute and deliver a killer finish here. Anyway, Kasozi's failed to escape that snooker there. I think he actually intended a snookering right back. Free shot and a visit to Malua there. Kamogelo Rabao, I hope I pronounced your name right. You're asking, did Aiden win? Yes, he won. On the same table, he was battling it out against Harry Martin, his fellow countryman, prior to this encounter between Malua and Joseph. Aiden won 9-6. Good use of his first shot. Relatively good use, although he still has some trouble balls there. Those two yellows close to the cushion there near each other on the left. He needs to develop them a little. He needs to make some plan, maybe play cannon, or somehow position his cue ball to squeeze in between the two yellows if he can. But I'm sure whichever of the options, he's mapped it out already. Thomas Naido is predicting Caesar to win this tournament. Okay. What are others predicting? Who do you think will win? Who will walk away as our first place winner? Well done there, Malua, for developing that. But unfortunately there, he made a double pot. He didn't mean to pot the other yellow in the corner pocket, as that would have given him a good takeoff. With hand on waist is thinking hard. I've noticed it tends to... his hand tends to find his way to the waist, to his waist as he's thinking hard, or when he finds himself in a bit of a predicament. Takeoff is very difficult here. You could make a long-range pot to that top corner pocket on the yellow that's past center, or he could try and snooker with the yellow that's closest to the center on your left, although he needs to make sure on that, or just go for the kill, the long-range pot. Maybe he's going for the snooker. He needs to make sure with it. Okay, he's going for the pot. What a lucky shot. Well, they do say luck and skill go hand in hand. Well, good for him. It worked out at the end of the day. I mean, you do need a bit of luck with these games. Oh, you definitely do need skill, a whole lot of skill, but a little bit of luck as well to top it. You definitely need. Down to one yellow now. I think the scoreline in a few seconds will read 7-5. If he manages this black, which I think, well, 10 out of 10 times he will manage it. Even I can put that, and I'm a very bad player. 7-5 it is in favor of Kasozi Joseph still. Kasozi Joseph looking very calm. Looking confident. They both are. Malua takes a sip of his water, possibly rewarding himself for that finish. It was a little tricky. It was in a bit of a tight corner, but he managed to wiggle himself out of it pretty nicely. On the next table, we're seeing a Hazard there versus Ian, the two Ugandans. It's currently 5-5 in that encounter. Seven-5 it is in favor of Kasozi Joseph, who shoots away. Commander in the red class of balls, good shooting. He is called the sharpshooter after all. Showing off a bit of his skills here. 4 reds to go, as he's slowly inching towards the top of the hill. Nicely done, making the red a little easier for him to pot at the corner pocket. This should be very easy for him.
Table number 6, Ibrase Jepa the Killer versus Tami Jawabu. Table number 6.
And just like that, the black is done. A nice clearance there from Kasozi as he sits nicely on top of the hill now. 8-5 it is, a total of 13 frames down out of a possible 17. It's crunch time, it's tight, it's tricky now for Malua, who has to win all frames straight from here on out. He can't let Kasozi back onto the table for another win. He has to win the remaining 4 frames if he's to have any hope of retaining his 2 lives. On another table, we have Tami Jabavu from South Africa versus Ibra Sejemba, aka the Killer, about to take to the table. These two are among the slowest players we have in Africa. Well, don't tell them I said that. But yeah, they are known for their slow play, but they deliver. They definitely deliver. Back to the action here. Frame number 14. Kasozi is breaking. Will he break dry? Will he break in pots? Break definitely determines the lot. It's a dry break from Kasozi. Malua looks very relieved. Very relieved of that. But will he clear? High chance he will. He's definitely going to try to. Reds or yellows. Yeah, yellows are looking a little better, I think. Actually, it's 50-50. Either or. He can work his magic. Thomas Naido, I see you saying pull is difficult. I can't agree with you more. These guys have a way of making it look so easy. From the years and years of practice, it's very difficult, but definitely entertaining. Malua is taking his time here. He needs to perfect it. Whatever he does, he must not let Kasozi face another black. Will he manage it? A bit of a tall order, but good shot there. Good cue ball management, working his magic on the reds there. I think this frame may go in favor of Malua. It may go Maluva's way here. Good shooting there from Malua as Kasozi looks as if he's so eagerly waiting for Malua to make a mistake. He's a bit of a wounded lion, so to speak, right now. Yesterday he was taking part in the Ugandan pool nationals, the Naido championships. He was knocked out by a Ceazerchandigar. Yeah, he's very bitter about that and is seeking revenge from anyone who crosses his path. The Nile Championships, the national pool champions in Uganda, were concluded yesterday, actually last night, and the players then took to the skies to take part in this tournament. The tournament was won by Ceazerchandigar. He walked away with, actually drove away rather, with a brand new Subaru for that and $1,500 equivalent as his first prize win. Lots of tournaments were taking part had players taking part recently. Players that are here. We also had Agent Joseph yesterday in Cape Town. He was a finalist in the category competition in Cape Town. He came second in that one. First prize winner walked away with 55,000 rand. He came second to Avron and walked away with 20,000 rand. We also have Ishka Chimbwanda here, who took part in the Nevsan Select Shutdown tournament yesterday. He walked away as the first place winner with $3,500 and a pool table as his winnings. Lots of pool action. So these players have had lots of warm-up in other tournaments over the weekend. Anyway, the sharpshooter is back in the grind. He needs just one frame to record a win to secure his second round a place. Good thinking there. Good execution. Good defense. Malua back on the table, but with a very difficult setup here that he's facing, owing to the reds, the bottom left corner pocket. His hand goes to his waist, as it normally does when he finds himself in a bit of a tricky position, but he takes off. All right, good thinking there, Malua. Very good thinking. He's getting a bit defensive because it's a bit of a difficult frame to finish. He's partially blocked off the path of the black to the corner pocket. Attacking here for Malua was not going to be a very good idea. It was going to be very difficult for him to clear. He decided to go a bit in defense mode, but will it be defense enough? Let's see. Kasozi looking to clear this. If black goes to the bottom right corner pocket, if it does have a clear path, then it's easy enough for him. If it doesn't, he may try to open it up a little now. But he may just have a clear path for the black to the corner pocket on the right. Hi T2 Meleki Mlube, hope you're enjoying the action. Kasozi versus Malua. Who's your horse? Do you think Malua can recover from this? Or is it game down? It looks like it may be game down. Maluva's picking up his cue sticks. And it's done. Congratulations to Kasozi Joseph, aka Sharpshooter. Malua now remains with 1 life, and Kasozi proceeds to the second round of life 1 with both tracks tagged. Thank you for joining us, and don't leave. We still have lots of action coming up.
Just ended. Joseph Kasozi 9, Marvin Malua 5.
Okay, while we're waiting for another match to be put onto the table, watching, camera is shifted to the Killer versus Jinta game. These are two very sharp shooters and very quick. They're among the fastest players we have in the building, actually. They're very, very quick and very entertainment. Very good value for entertainment. They bring these two players. Hope you're enjoying from wherever you're watching from. It's happening here. it's happening.
Jerry Ganda versus Ishka.
And coming up shortly on the same table where Malua and Kasozi were playing, shortly we'll be watching Jeremiah Naido, aka Ganda Ganda the Green Machine, versus Ishka Chimbwanda, aka Zama Zama. Jeremiah is South African from the province of KwaZulu-Natal, from Durban. Ishka is a Harare-based player.
Can someone help me to locate Ishka?
So shortly we will be watching Ishka versus Jeremiah on the main table. Meanwhile, back here, you're watching Gente versus Kile. So enjoy a little bit of that action before we switch to Kile versus Jerry.
Rowing versus Aiden. Rowing versus Aiden, table number 2. Rowing versus Aiden. Miss Aiden is going around.
All right, it's 2-0 here. Ishka Chimbwanda versus Jeremiah Naido, Ishka from Zimbabwe, and Jerry, aka Ganda Ganda the Green Machine from South Africa. It's 2-0 in favor of Jeremiah. Very exciting encounter. Very exciting tournament all around. Day 1, life 1 of the 2-day tournament here in celebration of our Prophet Emmanuel Makandiwa's birthday. It's very lit here. Everything is on point from the organization, the fans, the players themselves. Definitely worth your time and money. The frame number 3, Ishka breaks. He's breaking at all odd-numbered frames. He won the toss before the match started, so he will be breaking at all odd-numbered frames, while Jerry breaks at all even-numbered frames. Jerry leads 2-0, as earlier highlighted. Now he breaks in pots 1 red and is set to go. Will he record his first apple? Maybe. I think reds are looking yummy. Maybe reds here. He's thinking hard, trying to carefully map out how he will execute a killer finish. Can I get some predictions in the comments section? Who do you think will walk away the winner in this particular encounter between Jerry and Ishka? Will it be Jerry or Ishka? It's a race to 9 or best of 17 in other words. It's still early days, too early to tell. It's any man's game really. Only 2 frames concluded out of a possible 17. Could go all the way to a decider, you never know, maybe, maybe not. Ishka having gone for the yellows here. Will he clear? Some good and careful putting happening here. I tip him to go for a clearance and record a green apple here. An informal term we use here in Africa for a break and run. Or break and dish, or break and finish, whichever term you prefer to use. Ishka's looking serious here. He's quite moneyed up at the moment. After winning a tournament here, the Nevsan Select National shutdown yesterday. It was the first place winner. It was for Zimbabweans though. No internationals were involved in that one. And he walked away with a brand new pool table as well as $3,500 cash. And he's hungry for more. This tournament has a total prize package of 50,000 rand. I mean, sorry, not rand, dollars. $15,000, sorry, my apologies. With the first prize being $6,000, second prize $4,000, third prize $2,000, fourth prize $1,000, and positions 5 to 8 walk away with $500 each. This is all in celebration of Baba Prophet Emmanuel Makandiwa's birthday. Thanks to him for being a fan of the sport, promoting the sport, and inviting all these star players to this venue. Very entertaining stuff we're watching here. Down to 1 last yellow Ishka is. Maybe cushion bounce the cue ball there to the left of your screen, and perfect position. That's an easy pot for Ishka. Not easy for myself and other poor players, but for these guys, it's easier enough. And he records a green apple, almost scratching there, almost putting cue ball, but yeah, he's safe enough. 2-1 it is as he starts to cruise. Jeremiah, the green machine, takes a sip of his water, looking serious there. And hungry for the win as always. Our referee there, Mr. Godfrey Mshoshe, racking the balls and preparing for frame and number 4. I see some predictions here. Sebonkosi Tlamini says Ishka under 3.5. Okay, so basically 1, 2, or 3. No 4. Okay, let's see if it will be under 3.5 at the end of it all. Enoch Niwamanya says Bulldozer to win 9-7. Okay, that's in favor of Jerry. Waswat Kada Toma says Ishka to win a 9-8. Okay, Anderson Lipo says Jerry to lift 9-4 in favor of Jerry. All right. Itumeleng Tuk says Green Machine a straight win. Mobs Mush says cameras are everywhere. I love this. And I love it too. Top-notch cameras.
He sponsors what is called Lessons Select. It's a group of players, a number of players that are developed here in Zimbabwe are supposedly going on the road and they games globally. For instance, yesterday there was a tournament. Told that Ishka yesterday won $3,500 and the table, and all that was sponsored by Mr. Norman Moyo. So we invited him as a guest here because he is involved in the development of the group. Not only is he sponsoring Zimbabweans, even up to Uganda. So he loved the game. So his name is what I'm saying, thank you for developing this sport and helping in the social economic development. Thank you.
Edwin Masinga, support of Ishka. Prince Monadi says, Moraladi says Jerry 9-5 to win. Okay, Takumoy says Ishka 9-6 to win. All right. You never know. Let's see. Ntlemo Cliff says we're guaranteed as South African players in the final. Okay, because pool is a part of our DNA. All right. Okay, I like the confidence. Let's see how it goes. Papa Shepi says Ishka to win a 9-7. Ntobeko RSA says Jerry to win a 9-3. Promise Kajga Musama says, want to wish our father happy birthday. Happy birthday to him indeed. Noble Peterson says, Jerry's breaks are dry. They'll be his downfall. And congratulations to Ian Kazibwe from Uganda for beating fellow countryman Azali Lukomwa, aka Hazard. Ian won that one 9-7. So Hazard now remains with only one life. I saw someone in the comment section asking about Aiden's game. Aiden has just started his second round game versus Royd Kabwitz. Aiden versus Royd on another table in the building. It's still first frame. Tinashe Moyo, you're asking what happened between Malua and Kasozi. Malua unfortunately lost to Kasozi. It ended 9-5 in favor of Kasozi, that encounter. Goni Muriro says 9-3 Ishka. All right, let's see how it goes. Will he get that ball? No, he failed to escape that snooker. And free shot and a visit it is for Jeremiah. Will he clear? There's a high chance he will. In my opinion, Jerry is the fastest player we have in Africa, and very entertaining as well. The way he executes his shots. Good entertainment indeed, and very speedy. He hardly takes his time. Very quick in execution. Alright, he's used his free shot and now he cruises on. Let's see. Will he clear? Most likely.
Number 5, Safe Ahmad versus Sakala. Table number 5, Safe Ahmad versus Sakala. SK Motors. Table number 5.
Leander Marshall asking if Aiden won in his first live. Well, this is still the first live. Second round of the first live. In the first round, Aiden did win against fellow countryman Harry Martin, aka Houdini. Back to the action here. Not very good cue ball control by Jerry, but he's a good potter, so he easily makes up for that. Good pot there. And 5 reds to go. You can choose to either pot bottom right first or bottom left. Either way, shouldn't be too difficult for him, whichever pattern he opts for. Very good cue ball positioning there for a killer finish. Maybe a bit of a drawback, cushion bounce, the top spin. Maybe a little more cue ball movement would have been good, but this can still do. He can still make very good white for the last red before the black. And just like that, he's on the black and looking to record that screen, on that screen, 3-1 as the scoreline. We have a total of 32 players in this competition. It's a 2-day competition, with 18 being foreign players and 14 being from Zimbabwe. From several towns in Zimbabwe, and the foreign players from from South Africa, Zambia, Malawi, Eswatini, Tanzania, and Uganda. 3-1 it is, 4 frames down here out of possible 17. Frame number 5 about to commence. Referee's just wrecking. But the venue is looking neat, very organized. I'm loving the organization here. The level of organization, the quality, the discipline of the fans and the players alike. The professionalism that comes with it all. High five to all the organizers, and happy birthday to our Prophet Emmanuel Makandiwa. Ishka's preparing to break now. He's looking confident and calm. Unfortunate dry break there for Ishka. Failed to make a part on the break. Will he be punished? Jerry's definitely going to try and clear the frame. Reds or yellows. There's a bit of a cluster there near the center of the table. He's looking to be gunning for the yellows here. Table closed. But will he clear? Starting with bit of a problem ball there after closing the table, making his map look easier, his finish look easier, and he's looking very calm. Oh, well done. Very nicely executed, and the way they execute and pot their rail shots here, very impressive. One rail shot, one good rail shot. The 2 pots to center should do. Maybe the last ball, the one sitting in the pocket before the black. This could very well be a reverse run, a red apple. And just for a quick rundown on other matches that are taking place and have taken place. Caesar 193 versus Richard. Bibido 196 versus O'Sullivan. Sakala versus Masiment. Sakala 193. Sif versus Inspector. Sif 195. Jerry versus Mafana. Mafana lost 9-4. Ishka versus Pipiro. Ishka 193. These are all first round matches, by the way. Dilele versus Paka. Paka 198. Bubesi 198 against Morphia. Royd versus Sid Timela. Royd 197. Aiden Joseph versus Harry Martin. Aiden 196. The game between Tammy and Ibra still ongoing. There's only match remaining. And the first round matches. Hazard versus Ian. That ended 9-7 in favor of Ian. Kasozi Joseph versus Malua 9-5. It ended in favor of Kasozi. Pila Mazambane versus Buffalo. Pila 1-9-4. Kelvin Fugoti 1-9-1 versus Leroy. Jinte lost 9-7. That was Jinte versus Kile. In the second round, we're going to see Caesar versus Bibido, Sakala versus Sif, Jerry versus Ishka, currently ongoing, Paka versus Bubisi, Royd versus Aiden Joseph, Kasozi Joseph versus Pila Mazambani, Kelvin versus Kile, and then Ian waits for the winner, whoever will win between Tammy and Aiden. Back to the action here. Ishka busy mapping out his finish here. It looks very easy now. Looks very easy for players of this caliber. He just needs to manage his cue ball well for these last shots. Very nicely done there, Ishka. That cue ball control for the center pocket. I think after he pots one center, the other red might make its way to the bottom side of the screen there on the right side of the table. He might land himself in a tricky position. I think that's what he's thinking about right now, contemplating possibly the power, how much power to apply to his shot, because he doesn't want the last red to end up in a position where it'll be difficult for him to execute a pot here. But it's almost guaranteed, almost certain that the last red is going to move towards the bottom of the table here. Let's see the eventual positioning of the balls after the shot. Oh, unfortunately for him, I felt the pain there. He tried so hard to avoid the cue ball making contact with that red. and ended up missing the shot. I think he should have just let the cue ball strike the other red and maybe bounce onto that cushion on the right, come back up somehow. But anyway, Jerry's back in business. Well played there. He's looking to record that 4-1 scoreline. He cruises on. And just like that, he's on the black, which I'm almost certain he will pot. You see our prophet on the screen. Happy birthday to him, Baba Emmanuel Makandiwa. He's enjoying the action live here in celebration of his birthday. Thank you all for joining us. If you've just joined us, this is the second edition of the Patriots Pool Tournament in celebration of Prophet Emmanuel Makandiwa's birthday. This is the second edition. The first edition last year, around this time, was a tournament for 16 players, all Zimbabwean. This time it's bigger and better, with a total of 32 players from a number of different countries. Anyway, next frame about to commence. The referees just rack the balls. Jerry to break. 4-1 it is. Frame number 6. Unfortunately for Jerry, that was a dry break. Can Ishka maximize on that? Record a red apple. He definitely did not intend on potting that yellow. He just hoped to set it on the corner pocket there, just blocking off the corner pocket and leaving Jerry with a bit of a difficult takeoff, a difficult position to take off. Now he's stuck in a little bit of a predicament. He's snooked himself. Very difficult to make a pot, although a find is easy enough, which he's managed to do, but no pot and chance to Jerry. Will Jerry clear and further extend his lead to 5-1? It's crunch time. Still time, but you never know. Good pot there from Jerry, and now he's set to cruise on. Jerry's very fast. In no time, he may just go wham bam, and next thing he's facing the black. The reds are looking easy enough, with the most difficult of the balls of the table being the black. Jerry messed up that last shot, failing to make a pot. Ishka's back in business. He could finish there, finish his balls. There's a yellow that's blocked off to the bottom left corner pocket here, which could be solved with a skill shot. I think that's what he's assessing right now. Looks like he can finish this. And I think skill shot loading looks easy enough. And then after the skill shot, maybe center, then top right corner pocket, and lastly the yellow near the black. Good positioning and good execution.
Table number 4, second round match, Kelvin Fikoti from Zambia. Versus Kile.
Moses Nyamandi, you're asking where this tournament is being played. It's here in Zimbabwe, just outside Harare in Mount Hampton at Life Haven. Good cue ball management there. Very good drawback from Ishka. Good positioning. Another good drawback should make good position for the black. And hopefully for his sake, this will be the beginning of a recovery. Let's see. High five to you all in the comment section and everybody watching us live. It's happening here at a Life Haven in Mount Hampton. Total of 32 players vying for the grand prize of $6,000. That's the first prize. The score at the moment is 4-1 in favor of Jeremiah. Ishka down to the black. I think it's safe to say it'll be 4-2. It's an easy enough shot, and 4-2 it is. Well done to Ishka. High five onward Tapulma. Moses Nyamandi, Tawanda Ziyenga. Okay, you're saying Ishka will pull back. Okay, let's see. Aaron Kwangware. High five. Enes Makaza. Takunda Mudondo. Miles Chiro. Henry Tyson. High five to you all. Simba Washe Sibindi. Kudakwashi Chikwanire. Maud Momo. Arnold Tapuma. Strelo Tamini. Alright. Takunda Mudondo. High five to you all. Babatino Mufudzi. Hi there. Ernest Makaza. Tawanda Mushambwe. Titus Mboweni. Gaelic Civil. Alright. Taruva Teeling. High five. Titus Mboweni. Tweeny Comic. Covenant Chimbeba saying high five. Let's go to Ishka. Seriti Ora, hi there. The scoreline in response to you, Dorcas, is 4-2 in favor of Jeremiah. Jeremiah is South African based from the province of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban there. Ishka is Harare based. Both are star players from their countries. Very experienced. Very well traveled as well. They've traveled to a number of countries playing pool tournaments. I've won a number of tournaments as well. I actually witnessed, online, witnessed Jerry winning a competition somewhere in South Africa last week, a tournament. Ishka, like I mentioned earlier, won a national shutdown, Nipson shutdown tournament yesterday. And they are hungry for more. Shays Eunice, high five. Sudem and Tude, hi there. Melanin Barbie, hi there. You're asking where the venue is. It's just outside Harare in Mount Hampton at Life Haven. This is where the action is at. Nyasha Kunaka, hi there. Try more or more. What's up? Simbarashis Windy, hi there. Spencer Zander. High five. You're saying keep going, Zim 1. He's trying. He's giving it his all. It's difficult. So it's a difficult feat for all these players. So many professional players here. So many good players here. It's going to be a very difficult journey for whoever clinches it. And whoever clinches it will be very well deceiving. Ishka shakes his head a little, possibly disappointed in some of his bad shots, so to speak. And Jerry wins yet another frame, 5-2 it is. 7 frames down out of a possible 17. So we could still see another 10 frames here. You never know. Will it go all the way to a decider? Will Jerry clinch this? Or will Ishka manage to engage a handbrake? Let's see. Arnold Tafuma says this place is really good. I agree with you. Very well organized as well. The tournament is. Timpo Sebaka, hi there. Tinashi Shumba. Matt's Easy, high five. Bilinea, hi there. Jamal Nyamutamba, high five. Ernest Makaza, hi there. Samson Ratandawa, Melody Very, high five. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Noble Peterson, Don Chimbia, Archford Chiwareka, Nyasha Kunaka, hi. Kudakwashi Moyo, high five. Edwin Mushaya Karara, high five. He's saying Jerry's big, all big. You need to be big, actually, to be invited to a tournament of this caliber. All big players were watching here, and may the best man win. Jerry focused here. 2 yellows remaining. Ganda Ganda, the green machine they call him. These two are just about the same age. Although Jerry is a little more experienced than Ishka in terms of the number of years he's been playing pool. Ooh, that's just right. Well done to Jerry. Oh, and he's very quick as well in his execution. But at the end of the day, what matters is executing to perfection. Bamba Makandiwa acknowledges that it was a good frame. Well done to Jerry. 6-2 it is. 8 frames down in no time at all. The pressure is mounting slowly. But is it pressure? I believe it's not really pressure. It's not pressure at all unless you're not prepared. Ishka just needs to fight hard, work really hard. He needs to work harder than a one-legged man in a kicking competition, basically. You can still get this. You can still clinch this. Just needs to put in a lot of hard work, avoid some dry breaks, avoid some mistakes, and you never know, he may level up. Jerry's looking comfortable there. Ishka looking comfortable too. Perhaps not feeling any pressure. Frame number 9. Ishka about to break. Tinashe Rugube, high five to you too. Soccer Pro says, well-organized tournament. I agree with you. Very well organized. I'm loving it. I hope you're loving it too, wherever you're watching from. Ishka's thinking hard, choking his stick. He's looking calm, which he needs to, in order to not let any pressure get to him. Leander Marshall says, tell me that's not the fastest break and dish of the tournament. It could very well be. Jerry has a lot of records in terms of fastest break and dishes of tournaments. Good execution there in terms of defense from Ishka. Sometimes the best way to attack is to defend. Sometimes. I like the way these players attack. They're mostly attack-minded. They hardly defend. They hardly snooker and all that. But they snooker when it calls for it. And they know how to do it well. They know how to defend well. Unfortunately for Ishka, though, that defense didn't count for too much as Jerry managed to take off, making a pot. And he's cruising on. 4 yellows to go. The green machine, the tractor, as his fans like to call him. Some people, or many people, say Jerry's reckless. I think it's not really reckless. It's just how he plays. I suppose there is method to the madness. I think there's a method to the apparent madness when people say Jerry's reckless. I see somebody there saying in the comment section Jerry's reckless. And I've heard so many other people saying that. I think it's the way he executes his shots that makes him seem somewhat reckless. But there is method to the apparent recklessness. A bit of a top spin he should apply here. Follow through to make the ooh, what was he trying? Okay, that was a horrible miss. Horrible, horrible miss. But chance back to Ishka. Can he clear? Maybe take off with the center part, a part to center. There's less traffic now for him to maneuver around as Jerry has cleared most of the yellows from the table. Gareth Chakabe says, honestly, it's not healthy. Though 2 tournaments in less than 24 hours. These guys are used to it. That's how they live. It's their bread and butter. Most of them, that is. They enjoy it. They enjoy having constant action. So don't feel sorry for them. They actually enjoy it. Good snookering there. Ishka. Slowing the game down a little. Hoping to engage a handbrake. And it's not only Ishka, by the way. Still referring to you, was saying it's not healthy for Ishka to have played 2 tournaments in 24 hours. Several of these players, most of the players here, were taking part in different tournaments during this weekend. It's a tournament that rounded up in Uganda right around midnight last night, where Caesar walked away as the winner. That was the national pool tournament. That was the championships for Uganda, the national championships, the now pool championships under the Pool Association of Uganda. Caesar won that one and walked away with an equivalent of $1,500 as well as a brand new Subaru car. He's won that national championship twice now. Aiden as well. Was a finalist in a Cape Town competition yesterday, the Canterbury competition. It was held in Cape Town. Then he took the skies, flew down to Zim. They love the action. They really do. Anyway, back to the action on the table. Ishka, I suppose, about to go into defense mode to leave the white in a position that makes it difficult putt for Jerry. Or maybe just cut that ball and go for a clearance. He's got both options. Ooh, messed up that part. In retrospect, maybe he should have defended. He was a bit lucky, though, in terms of the eventual positioning of the cue ball. He made a putt very difficult for Jerry, who I think will defend, and has done just that. Well done to Jerry. Good defense. Good attempt there from Ishka. And just like that, this frame has turned tactical. I actually quite like tactical frames as opposed to attacking frames. I think, for the most part, I like to see how these players worm their way out of tricky situations, how they think. I see a lot more of how they apply their minds. Ooh, that would have been a shot enough if the cue ball hadn't scratched. Kind of gave me goosebumps. That was a very well executed, very well thought out. Going C-shot to pot that yellow and developing the other yellow, but unfortunately potting cue ball. Fortunately for Ishka, though, he's back in the grind, and I think it's safe to say he's going to take down this frame. It's easy enough now. Down to the one last red, which even I can pot. Black shouldn't be difficult to any of the 6 pockets. that he chooses. So I think it's safe to say 6-3 it'll be in just a moment. Perfectly positioned, almost as if it was positioned by hand. After that unfortunate scratch by Jeremiah, he's been punished by Ishka, winning another frame, 6-3, 9 frames down out of a possible 17. It's best of 17, a race to 9. And the races are not timed, by the way. They end when they end. It's just the shots that are timed. So each player has 60 seconds within which to execute their shots. It's second round now. Only one first round match remaining. That will be the Tami versus Ibra match, which many predicted would be slow. Because these two players are very slow generally. Well, they take their time. I don't like to use the word slow. They take their time. Well, perfection takes time anyway. Each their own. Some players like Jerry, for example, like to play fast. Other players like Tami like to play slow. But whatever delivers results at the end of the day. Not a very good break there by Jeremiah. A dry break. Ishka should maximize there. I think he can. I think he will. Will he clear? I have a feeling Jerry won't take to the table. He won't get back to the table for this particular frame. I think reds are looking easy enough for him to clear without too much trouble. Very well played there. Good cannon there by Ishka, potting one and opening the path for the other red. I think is set for a killer finish now. Looks easy enough. 4 reds remaining. As he fights to narrow that gap there between the two. Between him and Jerry. Still enough time to engage a handbrake, yeah? Not the best of positions, but he can do something. Maybe take off to the center pocket on the left, maybe snooker here at the bottom right. I think his name was snooker, just to make sure he doesn't scratch. Well done. Easy enough for Jerry to escape, but a pot will be very difficult. I think defense here was the best way to go. I think Ishka will put bottom left. They maybe try and make position for the red that's further from the pocket. Make position to center pocket. Ooh, too much movement. If he'd stopped a few centimeters before, he could have potted to the left center pocket. He could still start with the red nearest to the pocket. And maybe try and move his cue ball right round. A bit of right English, right round, and pot that last red to the same corner pocket. A bit of right English, it should apply. Right English Well done. A bit of topspin. Ooh, we needed that cue ball to move some more. Not enough of a topspin. Maybe not enough power. But I'm sure he meant to put that red in the same corner pocket. It's a bit more difficult, but he can go for a bank shot. Just be careful with your cue ball, because you might snooker yourself. Well, didn't snooker himself, but it doesn't matter anymore because he failed the pot. And Jerry is back in business. Labatino Anthony Mfudzi said you think there's something wrong with the table. No, believe me, these tables are in very good condition. All balls are brand new. The tables are all leveled up. So I don't think anyone can complain about losing because of a table or table quality or table standard or some fault to the table. It'll just be a bad day in office for players that will have lost. But everyone's giving it their best. Ooh, that was an unfortunate kiss of the cue ball onto that yellow. But maybe a combination shot, combining those yellows to the same corner pocket. Well done. I like the use of that red to stop the movement of the yellow there, to make sure it doesn't go straying too far. Nice left English. Bit of a topspin. Nicely positioned for the black, looking to record his 7th win. And 7th win it is. 7-3. The crowd claps. Very impressed with that execution. Well done to Jerry. 10 frames down. And he cruises on. All right, frame number 11 set to commence. Ishka should be breaking. Ishka needs to pull up his socks a little here if he's to have any real hope for a recovery. And he needs to work a little hard at it now. Anyhow, it's timeout. Players have asked for a 3-minute break. And the action has resumed here after timeout. It's 7-3 in favor of Jeremiah. Jerry's cruised all the way to 7. Ishka still lagging behind with only 3 frames under his belt. Still time though. Both players look to be in good form though, with Jerry having a slight edge over Ishka at the minute. But let's see how it goes. Jerry now needs 2 and Ishka needs a 6. It's a race to 9. Jerry taking some time to think, something I rarely ever see happening. I'm just teasing. He's a very quick player. He thinks very quickly and executes it very quickly as well. I think Ishka's seat's gone a little too hot now. He's not sitting, he's standing now. It's crunch time. I think he's feeling the heat. Possibly thinking of some of the mistakes he's made in the past 10 frames and hoping for a recovery. Three yellows to go here for Jeremiah as he slowly works his way up the hill. Not a good shot there. It's going to be very difficult for him now to clear. Shakes his head a little. Takes a deep breath. Scratches his head. And looks to the heavens as if possibly looking for a bit of inspiration and looking to be measuring for center. The left center pocket, he needs to cut that ball very thin. Ooh, very well done. I think that'll be my shot of this match so far. That gave me goosebumps. Good use of that black there to part his yellow to center. Another difficult shot. Another massive shot loading if he manages it. Whoa, that was a cut in the half. Gave me goosebumps again. Even the referee is impressed. He's trying to mask it. But yes, he's impressed too. The crowd is impressed. And what a loud thud as he sends the black packing. Well done, Jerry. Even Prophet Emmanuel Kandira is thoroughly impressed by that. What execution. He nods his head. Even Ishka acknowledges the prowess in Jerry. What a shot. Well done to Jerry. Ishka, is Ishka feeling the heat? 8-3 it is in favor of Jeremiah now, raised to 9. I'll play devil's advocate a bit. I'm hoping for a decider here. And if it does come to that, may the best man win. I'm enjoying this particular match a lot. I like to see more of the action from these two star players. Ishka slightly drowning a little at the moment, but not to take anything away from him. He too is equally a star player. Just Jerry has a bit of a slight edge over him at the moment. Yes, indeed, Theophilus Marvelous, I agree with you. What a shot. No, I'm enjoying this. I hope you're all enjoying it too, from wherever you are watching from. I see a lot of you in the comment section are applauding Jerry for that. Yeah, that was a sweet frame. Very well executed. Very entertaining. Like I said earlier, for me, Jerry is one of the most entertaining players we have in Africa. They're very entertaining. Good value for entertainment. He does deliver too, most of the times. I suppose depending on his form. He looks to be in form today. Let's see where that form will take him. Or can Ishka pull off a recovery here? Ishka still looking composed. 6 reds to go. Tinashe Munyisa, I see you still have hope in Ishka. You never know. He may as well pull off a recovery here. He may engage a handbrake. And for all you know, we may see a decider. Will he clear this frame? All of his reds are open. He just needs to manipulate his white well enough. Well done. I feared for him a little there that the cue ball might move a little too far, but good position there for center pot, then bottom left corner pocket, then maybe the bottom right, and then lastly the 2 reds on the other half of the table. He just needs to be careful enough to execute his shots with no mistake. He cannot afford any mistake now. It's crunch time, and Jerry's sitting on the hill. With some kato, I agree with you, it's hot. Yeah, it's live, it's happening, it's lit, and it's definitely hot. It's very entertaining here. I'm not sure I like the position of the cue ball there. I think it makes it a little harder for him to pot that red while making position for the next red there. The one to the top right corner pocket. Should have made less of a cut. Okay, suppose he can now start with the other one. Now makes it more difficult for him to drive the cue ball all the way back to the side of the table. I'd have preferred if he had played area pool, so to speak. I preferred if he had cleared the balls in this bottom half first. But he was forced to make plan B here after the not so good positioning in the last shot. Takuzamadi Musa says what Jerry did was unbelievable. I know, right? And I'm sure there are lots more unbelievable shots in store. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's a 2-day encounter. The second edition of the Patriots Pool Tournament, the first edition last year, about a year ago, featured 16 Zimbabwean players. This time it's bigger and better. They've gone all out, inviting the best of Africa's talent when it comes to pool. With 18 non-Zimbabwean players and 14 Zimbabwean players, the foreign players being from South Africa, Malawi, Zambia, Eswatini, Tanzania, and Uganda. Jerry is down to 2 yellows there. Would this be the last visit of this match? Skill shot executed, although not necessarily needed. It just adds the flavor, doesn't it? And Jerry being Jerry, I'm sure he's going to pot that last black with a very loud thud. And that cue ball management was very impressive as well. Okay, and he ends that in style. Well done to Jerry. Congratulations, Jerry, for your second win. Cruising to the 3rd round. Tough luck to Ishka. Ishka now remains with 1 alive. Hang 10. We'll be back in a bit when another match comes or is lined up onto this table. In less than 5 minutes, another match will be on this table.
The match is just finished between Jerry, the Green Machine, Naido against SK Motors. The match ended 9-3 in favor of Jerry. Oh, my apologies. Ishka, Motors, Ishka. The match ended 9-3 in favor of Jerry. For table number 8, Joseph Kasozi versus Pila Mazambane. Joseph Kasozi versus Pila Mazambane on table 8. Then on the main table, Ceazerchandigar versus Bibido. Ceazerchandigar versus Bibido on the main table.
We have Ceazerchandigar versus Blessing Zaruri, aka Bibido, coming up shortly on the main table. At the moment, we're just giving you an overview of just some other games happening on other tables. As we wait, actually, we're no longer waiting. The wait is over. The players are tossing. Bibido has won the toss and has opted to break first, so we'll be breaking at all odd-numbered frames, while Caesar breaks at all even-numbered frames. It's a race tonight, like all the other matches have been and will be, with no timer, basically, for the encounter. May the best man win. first frame in progress. Blessing Mzaruri, aka Bibido, in action here. He's just won the toss, so he'll be breaking at all odd numbered frames after opting to break first. And Caesar will be breaking at all even numbered frames. Bibido, youngster, 20 years old, versus he's one of the best in Zimbabwe versus Caesar, one of the best in Uganda. He's in mid-20s. Uganda has so many star players who are here today. Caesar is accompanied by his fellow Ugandans, that's Ibris Ajemba, Hazali Lukomwa, aka Hazard, Ian Kazibwe, Joseph Kasozi, aka Sharpshooter. Ooh, that was so close, he almost scratched there. Caesar, actually, interestingly, last night just won the National Pool Championships of Uganda, organized under the Pool Association of Uganda. Those are the yearly championships, the biggest championships they have in Uganda. And he's won that for the second time. The first time he won that was in 2023. He won a car and lots of money. This time he's won it for a second time and walked away $1,500 equivalent, richer, and with a Subaru. Good winnings there, and is still hungry for more. Bibido now down to the black, still on his first visit and looking to record an apple. Mastery at the first try. Well done to Bibido there. He looks very serious and very composed. For players of this caliber, rail drive is not too difficult, and unfortunately he messed up that pot. Caesar on the table now with very little traffic blocking him. All the yellows cleared off from the table. This shouldn't be too difficult. It looks difficult for most of us amateurs, especially the two reds closest to the black. But Caesar will make a plan. He will worm his way somehow around, play his cue ball well enough to position for some open pockets. Oh, Caesar, that was very uncharacteristic of him. I think even Bibido was surprised. And he has given up the frame after failing to make that pot, because that black would have been obvious. Even I would have managed the pot. 1-0 as Bibido grabs the first win of this encounter. It's a race to 9 and promising to be exciting. Can I get some predictions, please? Some predictions. Care to share what you think will be the final score between these two, Caesar and Bibido? David Kamushi. Bibido is Zimbabwean, a young star, one of our youngest players. He's 20, just short of 21. In about 2 months, he'll be 21. The referee just finished racking, and Caesar is set to break. Frame number 2. Good break from Caesar, breaking on potting. Interesting break he has. He always, from my observation, always aims for the second ball. Well, whatever works for him. And now he's set to cruise on. Alan Chavez predicting Caesar to win 9-5. All right. Ray Dandy J is predicting Caesar to win 9-8. Rishi Rupunarian says 9-1 to Caesar. In other words, you're saying Bibido will not win another frame? Let's see. Good execution there, good cruising. Very neatly executed as well. Edmo Masenga is predicting Bibido to take this one. All right. Aobakwe Domba says Caesar to win a 9-3. Thomas Mbeba predicting a Caesar to win 9-4. Ayunga says 9-4 to Caesar. Christian Mutera says Bibido to the people. Very good execution there, and he makes it look so easy. Well done. He's down to the black now. And pots it with ease. 1-1 it is. This is definitely exciting. Edge of his seat kind of vibe here. top-notch streaming, top-notch referees, top-notch fans, very well behaved, top-notch everything right round, top-notch everything. Frame number 3 set to commence with Bibido breaking. Will it be a blow-for-blow encounter? Will one be seriously drowned by the other? Will we see a decider? Maybe, maybe not. Just looking through some of these other predictions here. Takudzwa na Sheshamu predicts 9-2 to Caesar. All right. Ayunga predicts 9-4 to Caesar. Okay. Fortune Simbarashe predicts 9-8 to Bibido. Isaac says 9-4 to Caesar. Melanin Barbie says 9-7 to Caesar. Archford Chiwarek, I say, where's Caesar from? Caesar is from Uganda. Ugandan national, one of the best that Uganda has ever produced. In fine form. And according to many fans, many of his fans like to call him Africa's best. And to many other fans of other players, that is debatable. But those are just informal ratings. Action cruisers on here. Reds are looking a little difficult, but not impossible to clear. Well, difficult in my eyes. Difficult for an amateur like myself, but not for players of this caliber. Dimpo Sabaka says Bibido will win 9-5. Achford Chuareka says Bibido will win 9-5 as well. All right. 9-2 is the prediction from Samuel Blissing. Dean says Caesar is serious. Yeah, they both are. He's shaping up his game pretty well. I like the way Caesar is very clinical. He's a very clinical player. And has a way of making it look so easy. Ooh, he just fell short there on the positioning of his white, his cue ball. So Tani Gwambe says Caesar to win a 9-4. High five to you, Mania Madada. Thank you. Rishi Rubnarian, thank you as well. Hope you're enjoying the match. Professor Bonaparte UG says a 9-3 to Caesar. Okay. You never know. Let's see. May the best man win. And whoever wins at the end of the day, well, the end of the 2 days, will definitely be well deserving, because this is the crop, the cream of the crop that's here in this tournament in terms of African players. That was a difficult shot, to be fair. He tried but did not manage to. Can Bibido clear now? Less traffic now for him. Most of the reds have been cleared off the table. But can he clear? What an unfortunate fail there by Bibido. Caesar is generally very good at skill shots, and I think he'll attempt one here. I hardly ever see him mess up any skill shot. But he just did, and fortunately for Bibido, a free shot and a visit here. And I think that's safe to say Caesar will be punished for that mistake. Trent Natura says Malua to win 9-3 or 9 less. Wait, did you say Malua? No, it's Bibido versus Caesar here. Malua is not playing. Good thinking, good use of his free shot there, Bibido. And now he cruises on. He could pot that yellow to the bottom corner pocket on the right while playing cannon. But the cue ball is a little too close to the red. Maybe plan B first. To try and better position his cue ball for that next shot. Not easy enough to play cannon from there. He could pot to the corner pocket and maybe snooker. But these players generally don't snooker unless it really calls for it. They like to attack. Don Chibia says Caesar to win 9-8. Justin Makua says Bibido to win 9-8 as well. All right, is he going for that snooker now? I think it's a good idea. To be easy enough for Caesar to escape. Well, not easy enough. He's very good at escaping snookers. Potting, on the other hand, will be very difficult. Got the wrong ball. Feature on a visit for Bibido. And I think here it's safe to say this will be the last visit of this frame. Usually you're punished for such mistakes. Two yellows remain. Fiona Musavengana say you're vying for Caesar in this one. All right, let's see how it goes. A little bit of a C shot there, making good position for the black. It gets as good as mine. Even you, Fiona, can pot this one. Well done to Bibido as he leads once again 2-1. Fans are cheering him on. Caesar is one of the favorites to win the tournament from what I've heard a lot of the fans say, a lot of the people say. So him giving Caesar a hard time is something a lot of people would enjoy watching. But let's see how it goes. It's any man's game, really. The two are both looking to be in form. It really could go either way. Chris Honeyman says Bibido to win a 9-8. Eric, before my lens, high five. Who do you think will win? Atkins Gapari says 9-6 to Caesar. All right. Christian Matera says Bibido will win this, so right, okay. Van Link, can you say why is Malua not playing? Well, I was saying he's not playing at the moment. He already was knocked out of his first life a little earlier on this same table, actually. So he remains now with one life. He was knocked out by Joseph Kasozi from Uganda. So he remains with one life now. Good shooting there, Bibido. Too much movement on the cue ball there. He had hoped possibly to go for the center part after. Applied a little too much power, but recovery can still be made. Ooh, careful not to snooker yourself, unfortunately. He just snookered himself. Maybe a thin cut to the corner pocket. Well done. Well, he was on target, to be fair. Just failed to pot. And there's a high chance Caesar could just clear this. And if he does, kudos to him. It's not a very easy looking frame. But he may make it look easy. Chenya Tora says Malua to win 9-3. Malua again. No, Malua is not playing at the moment. It's Bibido versus Caesar. Chris Honeymoon says Bibido to win 9-8. So right. Professor Bonaparte Yuji says Zim players are good at snookering than playing pool. It's part of the game. It's all part of the game. Whatever brings results. Sometimes you do need to defend. Sometimes it calls for that. But for the most part, these guys attack. It's mostly attack, attack, attack. And just like that, 2 yellows remain now for Caesar. Interested to see how he plays his cue ball for the black. Shouldn't be too difficult for him anyway. Should just leave his a cue ball on that same side of the center. Ooh, okay. Off the table. Small cut. A bit of left English and perfect positioning on the black. Crowd claps and he's done. 2-2 it is. Well done, Caesar. Fazim Ceazerchandigar predicts 9-3 to Bibido. All right. Yes, Junior, Tikera, Ibra and Tammy are still playing. They're still in their first round match. Eric Performer Lance supporting Caesar as usual. All right. May the best man win. All right. Mareza Caesar Mokanti says Caesar to win 9-5. No surprise from you there. I think you're the biggest fan of Caesar, the biggest fan I've ever come across. You should be here watching it live. Supporting your player. Unfortunately there on the break, the cue ball goes packing. Free shot and a visit, and I have a feeling I'm going to predict a clearance by Caesar on this frame, on this visit. With this free shot and a visit. Maybe he'll take a lead for the first time. Tinashe Nyerebani says Caesar to win 9-7. Lindanim Kacho says Caesar to win 9-5. Try more. Maricano says Caesar to win 9-4. Tinashe Prince asking where's Ishka. Ishka was knocked out, well, of the first life by Jerry some moments ago, just before this particular game. He was beaten 9-3 by Jerry on this same table. He now remains with 1 life, so he'll be playing his second life tomorrow. Kelvin Panganai, high five, Kule. You say Blessing will win this one, all right? Let's see. Caesar cruises on, making it all look so simple. Pool made easy, or rather pool made to look easy. I'm not too happy with the cue ball position. I think it a little too much. A drawback for those 2 yellows would have been easy enough. But I guess he could pot one and get the cue ball to bounce off the short rail at the end there and come back up for the last yellow. And just past the yellow would be perfect, and that's just right. Well done, Caesar. A bit of a stunt shot, some sort. And just like that, it's on to the black. Well done. Caesar leads now for the first time. 3-2. Admire Chikuhu says Bibido to win 9-8. Trex Extra says Caesar to win 9-3. Mareza, this is not Chetty. By Chetty, if you're referring to Muffin, no, it's not Chetty, it's Priscilla. And thank you for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the action here. It's lit, it's live, it's happening. The second edition of the Patrix Pool Tournament with $15,000 on the line. The total prize money here. And the players are playing totally for free, being accommodated, awesome accommodation for free. And yummy gourmet meals for free. thanks to our Prophet Emmanuel Makandiwa in celebration of his birthday. Frame number 6, a Caesar breaks, almost scratches, but breaks dry. Can Bibido clear? P5's guards equa, Bibido to win 9-7 is your prediction. All right. My commentator says Bibido didn't disappoint us. Well, he's trying, he's giving it his best. But you never know. He needs to bring his A game. Both of them do. But they're both looking serious. Caesar thinking hard here. Caesar shooting away on the yellows. Most of his yellows looking, well, comfortable enough, save for the one yellow closest to the black, which I'm sure he'll solve without much trouble, with a bit of a cannon, but has decided to go a bit defensive at the moment. With good reason, of course. That little cluster by the black is where the complication, so to speak, is. Bibido could pot that red, open up the yellow. Ooh, he tried, but unfortunately scratched. I'm almost certain here Caesar will not allow Bibido back onto the table. These players normally punish each other for such by clearing. Let's see. Will he clear? Possibly. Or does he want to still go tactical? Ooh, he opened 2 balls with 1 shot. Good thinking, very well executed as well. And he cruises on. All right, he cruises on. 5 yellows remain. And for those that were talking much about Tami versus Ibra, the game has finally come to a conclusion. Ibra won 9-5 versus Tami Jabavu. Tami from South Africa versus Ibra Jemba from Uganda. Well done to Ibra for that one. And he's through to the next round. We'll be facing Ian Kazibwe, fellow countryman. Caesar cruises on. 3 yellows remain here. Norris Chara says 9-4 to Caesar. All right. Tian Vandamava says, when is Aiden playing on this table? He actually did play on this table earlier today, a couple of hours ago. The first match was by him, where he beat fellow countryman Harry Martin. That was an almost good shot by Caesar. It was on target, it was on the right path, but maybe just a little too soft. And Bibido is back in business. Shouldn't be too difficult for him to clear. He's another very quick player, one of the quickest shooters in Zim. He's a sharp shooter and very, very fast paced. Sammy K.A. says 8-5. Okay. No, it's not 8. It's not raised to 8. Anyway, Pasidondo says a 9-4 in favor of Caesar. All right. Charles Chipa Nyama says Caesar is a beast. He is bringing his A game. He has brought his A game. But let's see. Will he walk away the winner? Walter Siaganda, yes, Mr. Chobe is here, streaming and doing commentary as well on other pages. Unfortunately for Bibido, failed to make that pot. I can see even from his body language, looking a little dejected. I hope for his sake that he will not let that well, maybe influence him in any way negatively in terms of his concentration, his confidence, and execution in further frames, as he can still form a recovery here. Caesar on black, and 4-2 it is. Well done, Caesar. Battle Chipotle, high five to you there. I see you supporting Bibido. All right. Robert Sikawana says, Caesar's too strong for this guy. He won't reach 6. You never know. You never know. I think he will. There's a high chance, good chance he will. You never know. Kupa Mchemo says, Caesar's from which country? Ceazerchandigar is from Uganda. Flew in this morning. Another match has just come to a conclusion. That was Kelvin Gandu, a.k.a. Fikoti, versus Clemens Gutse, a.k.a. Kile. Kelvin 1-9-3 versus Kile. That has just ended. So Kelvin now has cruised to the last 8 of the first life. Frame number 7 here, Bibido to break. Caesar cruises on. Nothing is likely to clear this in this particular visit. No problem balls, really. All balls have a clear path to at least one pocket. Easy enough map for him. The bottom corner pocket for those 2 yellows. Then the 1 to center. And then the corner pocket where the black is, potting that last yellow. And then the black. I think it's almost a sure win for him here. Ooh, almost doesn't count. Looks a bit disappointed in himself. Much to Bibido's relief. Bibido is back in business. Not a very easy layout for him either. He needs to work his magic here.
Attention, Bubes here wanted break on the table.
Takudza Chivasa says 9-5 to Caesar. All right, let's see.
On another note, once we are done with this round of games that are being played, we shall have our dinner. I think for an hour or so, then we'll come back for the final round before we call it a day.
Tadiwana Shedondo says 9-5 in favor of Caesar. That's your prediction. All right. Tadiwana Shedondo. Okay, you said 9-5 in favor of Caesar, right? Liferman ZW says Caesar is a killer. Well, the Scorpion has killed many. But Bibido the bullet train? Will he prove too fast for the Scorpion? You never know. Let's see. Very difficult shot he faces. Okay, he's decided to go into defense mode. I do see why it was difficult for him to take off, difficult for him to execute a finish here. Well, he tried, but the shot wasn't good enough. Caesar has still managed to take off and down to the one last yellow, which is not too difficult for him. He's a good potter. It's down and is down to the black. Vinci pots with ease. 5-2 now it is. 7 frames out of possible 17. It's happening. Thank you for joining us, all of you, from wherever you're watching from. Our referee is just preparing to rack frame number 8, where Ceazor will be breaking. It's lit here. Remember, it's $15,000 on the line here. Those that will finish in positions 5 to 8 walk away $500 richer. Fourth place winner, $1,000. Number 3, $2,000. Number 2 walks away with $4,000. And number 1 walks away with a yummy $6,000. That's a lot of money. All the players are looking very hungry for that win. Let's see. May the best man win. Can I get some predictions in the comment section? Not just this match, but who you think the overall winner will be. Who will walk away the winner at the end of the whole tournament? Who will walk home with that $6,000? Richard Obama, you say 9-5 in favor of Ceazor. That's your prediction. Ed Faswari, you predicting 9-3 in favor of the Scorpion. All right. Could be. Ismail Ababu says 9-6 in favor of Ceazor. Izzy Isaac predicts 9-4 in favor of Ceazor. A lot of Ceazor win predictions. All right. You never know. He's leading though, so has a slight edge over Bibido at the moment. But who knows? Who knows?
Results for the match that is just ended between Roy Kawe versus Eden Joseph. The match has ended 9-8. 9-8. Roy Kawe decided 9-8.
Blessings thinking hard here. Blessing Mzaruri, aka Bibido. Bibido the bullet train. Let's see. Can he engage a handbrake? Can he catch up to Ceazor? Ceazor has opened a 3-frame gap here. He still does have what it takes, but it's against the mighty Scorpion, so he really has to bring his A game. Good shot there to center Ceazor. Just to note, that chalk that Ceazor's using is his own brand. It's called a The Scorpion chalk. As we know, Ceazor is nicknamed The Scorpion. He's using The Scorpion chalk, and he's stinging at the moment. Will his sting prove too powerful? Powerful enough for Bibido the bullet train? He's leading. So safe to say he has an advantage at the moment over Bibido just by virtue of him leading. But who's to say Bibido can't pull back? You never know. Let's see. High five for Mamoyo. Hope you're enjoying this. What is your prediction? 2 reds to go for Ceazor here. Chris Pachilanga is predicting 9-4 in favor of Ceazor. Adkins Gapare says Jerry will be the overall winner. All right. Of the tournament. Eliab Eli says Ceazor and to win 9-5. Giftum Shoriwa is predicting Ceazor versus Jerry in the final. Prince Ndlovu is predicting Ganda Ganda to win the final. Good cut there on the black. Caesar, he cruises on 6-2. Caesar just now needs 3 frames to cruise on to the last 8. And Bibido still needs a 7. It's getting tense here. The pressure's on. Or is it? I believe it's not pressure. Like I always say, it's not pressure unless you are not prepared. Blessy Chitambarara says Caesar is on fire. Indeed he is. He's on fire. Kudakwashi Moyo is predicting Caesar to win the tournament. Nyaradzi Nyadete says Jerry will win the tournament. Alright. Rishi Rupnarian says Aiden should win the tournament after a decider loss at Canterbury. Missed black for 55,000 rand. So he's hungry as ever. For the benefit of those that not sure what Rishi's talking about, there was a big competition yesterday that ended yesterday in Cape Town in South Africa, a Canterbury competition where the first prize winner walked away 55,000 rand. Aiden lost that in the final. He came second and won 20,000 rand, losing to Avron. That was just yesterday. Anyway, next frame number 9. Unfortunately for Blessing, he scratches on the break, and I predict a clearance here, a red apple. In other words, a reverse dish from Caesar. Glady Mandaza, you're asking if it's live on any platform, any other platform. This tournament is being aired on a number of platforms, rather number of pages, both on YouTube and Facebook. So you can obviously catch it on this one, Emmanuel Makandiwa Facebook page. You can also catch it on Break and Finish Live or Peter Chobe streaming pages. You can also catch some other games on Q Pixels Photography, as well as Under Inspection. Those are the streamers that are streaming different games on their pages. Well done, Caesar, there, developing the black. Or did it overshoot? Did it just go past center? Or does he feel set? Let's see. 5 frames to go. Gabriel Masenda says it's 9-2. It's going to be 9-2 in favor of Caesar. All right, you never know. Aaron Kongwari is predicting grand final, Caesar versus Jerry. Okay. Alistair Chikara says, oh yes, you just highlighted that Aiden lost 8-9. Yes, Aiden has just lost a decider there. And he was battling it out against a Royd Kabwe from Zambia. 3 reds here remain for Caesar. He keeps glancing at the black. It's not a very easy black, but I'm sure a plan can be made. Lamoya is predicting 9-3 to Caesar. All right. Patrick Berger says Caesar will win this comp also, right? Seeing all the predictions here. Mostly featuring Caesar, Aiden and Jerry. 2 reds remain here now. That black would be a difficult black for most of us amateurs and average players. But for players of this caliber, players like Caesar, this isn't too difficult. This plays the cue ball so close to the black. I guess the closer the cue ball is to a ball sometimes makes it easier to pot, but is it possible to pot it to center? Possibly, maybe not. No, he didn't manage the pot. and Blessing is back in business.
Viejo AGN would have been AGN 8504, AGN 8504. May you please see the security? AGN 8504.
And Bibido has surrendered that frame after a very costly mistake. 7-2. It is now in a race to 9. So essentially, Blessing needs what Caesar has, and Caesar needs what Blessing has, which is 7 and 2 respectively. Professor Bonaparte Luigi is predicting 9-3 in favor of Caesar. Okay. Gabriel Masenda, you're asking if Ishka and Malua will play again or they're knocked out. This is a double life competition, so that means each player gets to be knocked out twice. Basically once from each life before they're totally knocked out of the whole tournament. So you get 2 chances, basically. Frame number 10. Caesar breaks and scratches. Kenix Ken is predicting Caesar to win tournament, all right. And Kabeda says Aiden doesn't need 2 lives to take this comp. He's done the same thing before. You never know. The last time he did that in Zim was the last international tournament that was held in Zim. Here in Gobulawayo in April. He lost his first life quite early on to fellow countryman Jerry and cruised on with 1 leg, so to speak, with his last remaining life basically, and won the overall the tournament at the end of the day. So yes, it's still possible, it's still achievable. You can still get to win a competition with only 1 life remaining, but that just makes it all more tense. Good shooting there, 4 reds to go. He's looking to record a red apple here after that scratch on the break by Caesar. Our backward Jamba is predicting final. Jerry will win over Caesar. Justin Mujuri is predicting Caesar to win 9-6 here. All right. Good shooting there. Blessings down to the black. A difficult black for amateurs, but not too difficult for him. Well done for recording yet another win, and that basically cancels out your prediction. Baba Tsitsi Mutuke, where you're predicting 9-2 in favor of Caesar, as it is now a 7-3. 10 frames down. I think Blessing is asking for timeout, maybe. Or maybe declined it. The referee was offering them a timeout, as players can have a 3-minute break after 10 frames. They've both opted to play on. They're eager. They're hungry. Hungry for that win. Bibido thinking hard here. He really, really needs to bring his A game and engage a handbrake here. The Scorpion is stinging at the minute. Admire Chick Kuku, you're asking how many games after this? Well, after this particular match, after this round, there'll be a 1 hour break for players to have dinner. And then there'll be one more round of matches today before we call it a day. Good shooting there, Bibido. 4 reds to go. Shouldn't be too difficult. One good pot to the bottom corner pocket there. Just making sure he gets his cue ball positioning all right for the next red there. Ooh, decided to open that up. But not very well executed. Not the best of executions there. It's now very difficult to clear. And he failed that. Caesar is back on the table. Yes, true. Thomas and Bebe, you are highlighting about the Kenyans. Yes, they were invited. We were supposed to be having 2 Kenyans here, but they couldn't make it, unfortunately. All right, this has turned into a tactical frame. Some defense going on there. Slows down the game a little. But makes it interesting as well, especially for me. Speaking for myself, I think tactical frames are interesting. A little save for the foul. He did defend there, making it a tactical frame. Will Blessing open it up or continue with the tactful? Oh, okay, all right. I feared for the black for a minute. Didn't manage to totally open up all the balls. There's still that red and yellow there near the bottom left corner pocket where a plan must be made. Will he open it up now? Bit of a cannon. Good try. Good try. recovery, it is now in favor of Caesar. Blessing looking a little tensed up now. Can he manage a handbrake? Can he manage to pull off a recovery? A very tall order, but nevertheless possible. Caesar's looking calm and composed as usual. Looking to break a frame number 12. Will this be the last frame? Or will Bibido manage to engage a handbrake? And that's a dry break from Caesar. Much to Blessing's relief. Also on the table, planning, plotting, and looking for a killer shot and hoping to execute a finish here. I see somebody there asking how many lives Jinte is left with. Jinte has 1 life remaining. He lost in the first round of the first life to Kile, that's Clemens Kutse. Good shooting, nice and steady. He cruises on. But will he be steady enough for the Scorpion? Will he be good enough for the Scorpion? For the Scorpion sting. He could play cannon there, putting the one red at the bottom left, opening up the other red. He tried though, intention noted. He tried to play cannon but didn't manage to. He didn't manage to. Making it a little more difficult. And in other news, Paka Natijimu has just cruised on to the next round after beating Bubisi from Eswatini. 9-2. Whoa. That was a nice try. Intention noted once again. He opened a little space there, a little more space around his red, but the positioning of the cue ball, less than desirable. All right, Caesar's opted to pick. And usually when that happens, when a foul happens, in most instances, it's game down. Caesar cruises on. 5 yellows to go. Maybe pot center, then bottom left. Make position for those 2 yellows that are gunning for what's your top right at the moment. Good shooting there. The potting. I love it. Loving it. I wish I could do that. I wish I could pot that well. I'm actually a fan of both these players. I marvel at their game. But today only one of them can win, proceeding to the next round. And just like that, he's down the one last yellow. And like my friend Peter Chobe, fellow commentator, would say, the rest is a formality. Well done there to Caesar. Good potting, good keyboard management, making it look so easy. Well done. Congratulations, Caesar. He proceeds to the next round, smiling there. Happy at the win. Being congratulated by Prophet Emmanuel Makandiwa as well in the process. Tough luck to Blessing. We'll live to see another day tomorrow, Blessing. In life too. More action will resume after an hour.
Results on the main table: Ceazerchandigar versus Bibido. Caesar won by 9-3.
Okay, just while we wait for these last remaining matches to conclude before the 1 hour break, just to give you a quick update or rundown of what's been happening lately in terms of scores. Caesar, as we know, has just won 9-3 against Bibido. Sakala versus Sif Hamad is still underway. Jerry beat, and this is all second round of the first live. Jerry beat Ishka 9-3. Pakanati beat Bubisi 9-2. Royd versus Aiden. That ended 9-8 in favor of Royd. Ibris Jemba versus Ian is currently still underway. So is Kasozi Joseph versus Pila Mazambane. Then Kelvin Fikoti beat Kelvin Fikoti beat Kile 9-3. So just a few more matches remaining. It'll be our last 8 matches that we'll be playing after the 1 hour break, and then we call it a night. In the last 8, we will get to see Jerry Naido versus Pakanati. Roy will play versus the winner between Ibra and Ian. And then Kelvin will win. Kelvin, after winning versus Kile, will play the winner between Kasozi Joseph and Pila Mazambane. So that's that for now.